You're a photographer, so you're also a marketer, an accountant, and a salesperson. You're a designer, a web developer, and social media manager, a shopper, a shipper, and a customer support department. You're also a husband, a wife, a mom, a dad, which makes you about a million other things. But don't worry, you've got this. With ShootProof, you can send your clients their digital contract, create an invoice for them to pay, take your beautiful photos, upload them to ShootProof from Lightroom or from your desktop while you eat dinner. Rest assured, your marketing is handled with automated emails to your clients. They ooh, they ah, they cry a little. They favorite hundreds of images and purchase digitals as well as prints and canvases filled automatically by your favorite lab. You send your clients a mobile app as a thank you, and they share it with all of their friends. Wake up tomorrow, and your day is already a little brighter. It's time to focus on what matters most, and let ShootProof do the rest.
All right, our first image is titled "A Lifeline in the Shadows." Judges, please feel free to enter your scores now. And with scores of 75, 90, and 80, this image currently has an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. We have a greater than 10-point spread here. So an automatic challenge will be called. And let's go in the benefit of the maker first, please. So we will hear from Catherine.
I just find this image really impactful, especially having the parents just, I don't know, there's just something about it that's very impactful. And the way the light is falling across the parents and the baby, and it's very dramatic. And I feel like the story is dramatic as well. So I think that the maker did an excellent job with the story that they're telling, and then the posing of the newborns themselves. They're both posed like exactly the same, and um, I just really like it. It's really beautiful.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go to Tamron, please, for critique.
I completely agree. I mean, it's a very impactful image. The thing that really held it back for me, if I'm being honest, is the fact that the baby in mom's arms, there's so much shadow on the baby's face that it would have been more impactful to me to be able to see the baby's faces. Not even necessarily straight on, but just that one baby especially is completely lost in the shadows for me. And while I love that the parents are looking at the baby and that the parents are connected to each other, that was something that held it back for me.
All right, thank you. We'll head back to Catherine, please, for rebuttal.
Normally, I would agree 100%, but I feel like with this image specifically, it's more about the story and less about seeing the baby's faces. And I do agree with the shadowing, but I feel like overall, it's a very dramatic lit picture to begin with. So I feel like it adds to the drama of it, having, the heavier shadowing. And like normally, I 100% agree in a normal picture with, having a newborn being held by parents 100%. But specifically with this is a very dramatic image. The baby is hooked up to tubes. They've obviously had the fight of their life having these babies, and and now they're there and they can hold them and love them, and the drama is just every part of it just aligns in my opinion.
All right, so at this time, I will ask that our judges rescore the image. When you've completed rescoring, whether you're changing your score or not, can you please vocalize done so that I'm aware all 3 scores are in.
I'm done.
Done.
I kept it the same, so I don't know.
Yeah, just done is fine. Thank you. And we'll refresh scores now. And with new scores of 76, 90, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Leering Life Lessons a Stitch at a Time. And please feel free to enter your scores.
I'm done.
Done.
Is that all 3? Sorry. All right, and with scores of 80, 80, and 90, this image has a current overall score of 83. We do have a 10-point spread here, so an automatic challenge will be called. And we'll speak first in the benefit of the maker, please. So we'll hear from Bianca.
I love this image. I think it's absolutely beautiful. I love the details. I love all of the little props and showing kind of the whole seaming and sewing life together type thing, lessons of life. And I love the connection between the two as well with this image.
Apologies. We'll head to Catherine, please, for critique.
I think it's really beautiful. I think the maker did a really excellent job. It's a very artistic image with a story as well. I almost feel like the editing is almost like a painterly style edit. I just feel like I I would have loved to see this image cropped in closer. I feel like there's a lot of negative space that takes away from the image, and um, I feel that, yeah, just a tighter crop would have even made it better.
All right, thank you. And we will head back to Bianca for rebuttal, please.
I, I'm maybe it's just me, but I loved it. I love negative space. That does not bother me. I love. I feel like it kind of zones in on the center of the picture whenever there's a little bit more negative space and draws out the subjects a little bit more. So I still love it. I still love the connection. I love where my eyes are drawn to. Honestly, it's kind of drawn to the little girl's fingers and that kind of thing. But I think it's a beautiful image. I think the details in it are great.
All right, thank you. And we will have our judges rescore the image at this time, please.
Done.
Done.
Was that all three? I'm sorry, I heard two. Everybody's done?
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, thank you. All right, and with new scores of 83, 80, and 90, this image will now have an overall score of 84, and it will remain in the silver category. Our next image is titled Perfect in Pink. Please feel free to enter your scores.
Done.
I'm done.
Okay, and with scores of 85, 85, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 83. And it will be placed in the silver category. Titled Mohawks and Chubby Cheeks. Please feel free to enter scores.
Done.
I'm done.
Catherine, have you entered your score? And with scores of 85, 100, and 90, this image has an overall score of 92. As we have a greater than 10-point difference here, this will be an automatic challenge. So we'll speak in the benefit of the maker first, please, with Catherine. Sorry, Catherine, you might be on mute.
Weird. It doesn't work for me all the time when I hold the space bar down. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
I
yep.
Okay. So I was just saying that I think the maker did an excellent job of styling this session. The lighting is gorgeous, the edit is gorgeous, the catch lights, the editing, The color tones with the baby's skin, everything is absolutely beautiful. I think the maker did an excellent job.
Okay, and we'll head to Tamron, please, for critique.
Okay, side note, I just noticed that if I press the space bar and I'm not on the Zoom screen, I don't think it works.
Interesting. Good
Um,
note.
yeah. I actually fully agree with Kat, and now I feel like my score is way too low. The lighting is absolutely beautiful. There's no, like, nothing is blown out, nothing is too dark. Obviously the baby's expression is stunning. I love like the little fat, chunky feet. I love how he's folding over even and grabbing his toes and the catch lights in his eyes. So, yeah, I underscored, so I will adjust that.
All right, thank you. And we will rescore at this time.
Done.
Done.
I'm done.
All right, and with scores of 93, 100, and 95, this image will now have an overall score of 96, pushing it into the gold distinction category. Congratulations to this maker. All right, this image is up for paid critique. So let's head to Bianca, please, for feedback for this maker.
I adore this image. I think it is absolutely beautiful. I do love the catch light. I love his smile and his position. There's something about baby toes that gets me. The only thing that I would say, there's two that, and these are super nitpicky. But on when you're looking at the image, the left side of his lip, kind of where his smile comes in, there's some slobber. For me, I kind of get distracted by it. Maybe other people won't, but for me, it kind of distracts me and kind of draws me to where the light is hitting that. So I kind of might want to soften that. I would personally want to soften that just to make it one of those quote unquote perfect images. And then the toes as well, maybe lightening them up a little bit. Not taking completely all the red out, but it does draw my eyes to the toes to see more of the red in his toes than it is in the rest of his body as well. But overall, I love this image. I think it's beautiful. It just makes me smile. Maybe chubby cheeks and the smile makes me smile, but it's beautiful. So congrats to the maker on this one.
Thank you. We've already heard from both Catherine and Tamron in the challenge, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to add to your commentary here if you would like. Tamron, is there anything you would like to add?
No, I think I kind of said everything already. It is a beautiful, again, the lighting really stands out for me, in terms of balancing like the highlights and the shadows in a really nice way. So congratulations to this maker. It's beautiful.
Thank you. And Catherine?
I pretty much stick to what I said before. I think it's perfect.
Great. Thanks so much. All right. Our next image is titled Velvet Elegance.
Done.
I'm done.
All done.
Thank you. And with scores of 78, 79, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 79. All right, our next image is titled Delicate. And judges, please feel free to enter your scores.
Done.
I'm done.
Also done.
Thank you. With scores of 80, 94, and 87, this image currently has an overall score of 87, which places it in silver distinction. We do have a greater than 10-point spread here. So we will speak in the benefit of the maker first, please, with Catherine.
Okay. So I absolutely love the overall just impact that this image has. I feel like the way the maker had the lighting, the posing, her hair draped across her shoulders and across the front. I feel like it's very dramatic, but at the same time, slightly soft. I think the maker did an excellent job. The only critique that I have is cleaning up the edge of the hair on the top left of the image, as well as the wrinkles in her clothing. But otherwise, I think it's a stunning, gorgeous image.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll head to Tamron, please.
I agree. I actually think the lighting is beautiful. I love the mom's expression. I mean, I would die to have that much hair. It's so beautiful. I like that it's in black and white. I like the juxtaposition between the very dark hair and the white outfit. It was honestly the clothing wrinkles that it caused a pretty large distraction for me. And there's something under the hand on the left side. So her right hand almost looks like there's a lump there. And I think it might just be the way the clothing fell. And all the loose fabric at the elbows, I found it distracting enough to lower my score a little bit. But the lighting and posing are beautiful. I just wish this dress fit this mama a little bit better.
Thank you so much. And we'll head back to Catherine, please, for rebuttal.
I agree with the wrinkles in the clothing, but I feel like overall the image is still definitely of like a high enough quality that I stand by how I rated it because I think it overall is super impactful.
All right, thank you, all three judges. We will rescore at this time, please.
I'm done.
Done.
I'm
Thank you. And with scores of 80, 94, and 87, this image will remain at a score of 87, placing it in silver distinction. Congratulations to this maker. Our next image is titled Serenity in Slumber.
I'm done.
Done.
I'm finished.
Thank you. And with scores of 73, 80, and 75, this image will have an overall score of 76. And we do have paid critique here. Let's head to Bianca first, please.
This image is beautiful. It is. Baby is got absolutely gorgeous hair. The posing is super cute. But there are a few things that I would love to see different on here. For one, the angle of the image really stands out to me as far as it. The way you tilt your camera makes a huge difference. So if you take your camera, if you're imagining it like a steering wheel, take the steering wheel and turn it towards the top of the baby's head, which will raise the baby's head up in the image, and it won't look like the baby is kind of falling off the screen. So in this image for me, with the way the camera is tilting, the baby looks like the head's kind of fallen down off the bean bags per se. So I would definitely, that would be the first thing that I would say would be the biggest thing for me, that adjusting that camera, turning the steering wheel towards the top of the head, which will help in the overall image bring the head up, so it's not below the butt. So for me, that would probably be the main thing that I would adjust.
All right, thank you. And we will move to Tamarind, please.
I completely agree with Bianca. That was the first thing that stood out to me, was not having the head higher than the bum. Also, that's like the cutest little bum ever. The other couple things that stood out to me in terms of just like small tweaks is that back foot, not having it full out to see the whole bottom of the foot. Ideally, just some toes peeking through would be great. I find that large sort of chunk of foot skin a little distracting. And then also, if you're able to sort of gently lift the baby's cheek and tuck that hand under just a little bit more, even bending it slightly at the wrist, that would definitely elevate this image. But yeah, this baby's hair and the little smush lips, delicious.
Thank you, Tamarind. And we'll head to Catherine, please.
I think the maker did a really great job with the fabric edit. I think that that is a huge challenge, and the maker did really well. As far as the posing goes, I agree with Bianca and Tamarind. I do feel that as far as editing goes, I feel like the highlights are blown on the body, and then the light, there isn't enough on the face. So to help that, you definitely could rotate your light a little bit more just to make sure it's flowing down the face a little bit better. Also, by shoving that hand under the cheek a little bit more and then lifting the chin up slightly, you would allow the light to gradually fall across the face if you were not able to move your light a little bit. And I do agree with fixing the foot on the ankle and pulling that bottom ankle out a little bit. And I would recommend bringing that knee in right behind that elbow and rotating the bum a little bit. And I do agree with Bianca, having your angle of your camera rotated so that you could have the head a little bit higher. And as far as editing goes, I would liquefy the hair on the bottom just because it looks like it's smushed into the fabric, and it's a very minor detail. So I would just literally liquefy it in just a smidge just to kind of even it out a little bit. But otherwise, I think that this is really, really a nice picture.
Thank you. All right, we will move to our next image, titled Blossom.
Done.
I'm done.
All done. Sorry for the delay.
It's okay, thank you. And with scores of 76, 78, and 78, this image will have an overall score of 77. Again, we have paid critique on this image. Let's head to Tamarind, please.
Thanks. I love this concept. It's so pretty, and I love even the difference in textures between the soft sort of flower leaves and the little bit of more texture in the wrap that the maker has used. Assume this is a composite, and I'm not catching anything major in terms of if it is a composite that the issues with them putting it together. The only thing that is throwing me off, and I'm not even sure I can fully put my finger on it, is I feel like the lighting on the baby is slightly different than the lighting on the background. I'm just having trouble navigating that. And there's a wrinkle in the middle of the wrap that's distracting me. But yeah, another baby with beautiful hair. My goodness.
All right, thank you. And we'll head to Catherine, please.
I think I totally agree with Tamarind. I think the concept was really cool. A few things that are throwing me off though are I'll start at the top of the baby and work my way down. So I'm finding that the placement of the headband is a little bit too low on the forehead, and then the hair is kind of getting caught and pushed out on the left-hand side. So I would have liquefied that or removed it, and I would have loved to see the headband placed up a little bit higher rather than across her forehead. And then as we go down her face, I would have loved to keep with the concept of the more dramatic lighting of the petals, and I would have had the maker turn the baby's face slightly rather than, it looks like the baby's face is almost pointed a little bit more towards the light rather than the drama of the petals and those shadows. So if the maker had just turned the baby's face a little bit more towards the shadowy side, it would have added a little bit more depth in there. And then when we go down towards the wrapping, I'm finding that there's some sharp corners, sharp edges, which does throw me off because it is a really soft image. So I would have loved to see the maker liquefy or use generative fill to round out specifically first the corner of the wrap that goes onto the leg. And then where the elbow is, there's also a sharp corner of the wrap. And then near the bottom leg, there is, I feel like I would have used generative fill or love to see the maker use that to just kind of even out the wrap around the leg. And then as we go down to the petals on the bottom right corner, I'm finding that bottom corner petal is way too dark. And obviously, if it was a digital backdrop, there's nothing much you can do about it. But if this was created by the maker, I would have loved to see that petal less shadowy just so that it flows nicer with everything else. But overall, it's a really pretty image.
Thank you. And Bianca, we'll head to you.
I agree with both of these ladies as far as the idea of this image, the kind of the concept of baby in flower. I think that's beautiful. There are a few things as far as what each other judge has said about the sharp edges and the wrap. Those are very distracting. So I would definitely fix that and kind of just be more aware of it once you're wrapping and kind of smoothing out those edges. And sometimes it's hard if baby's not sleepy, but then that comes into post editing as well. But another thing that was not touched on is, and maybe it's just me, but the petals themselves on the left hand side, bottom left hand side, they kind of just look wrinkled. Like it doesn't look like it's a smooth, like flow of the petal, like, just kind of a rounded out. It kind of looked like it was folded and it was taken out of the bag and that kind of thing. So I would soften those wrinkles up, just to make it look more flowy. There's a lot of flowy petals in here, and you can, if you look at those and compare it to the bottom left hand side, I think you can see what I'm talking about. But I would kind of smooth that out to make it look more cohesive with the others. I feel like the lighting is a little off. For me, I think it's a little bit too uplit, slightly. I mean, it's just so slightly, but it's not quite the 90-degree, from the side angle. You do see shadow on the right side of the picture, but I also feel like I'm losing kind of some of the dimension in her nose area. And then one of the things that I love to do, and I think would be super sweet in this, is baby's bottom lip is kind of tucked in. So if you just take with your pointer finger and just kind of flap out her bottom lip, then you can kind of get those luscious lips look. And I think that would kind of add to her expression on her face, and it would be really sweet. But again, Maker, this is a beautiful image. Good job. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. I think that's very valuable critique for this maker. Moving to our next image, titled Cultural Celebration.
Done.
I'm done.
Thank you. And with scores of 72, 78, and 86, this image has an overall score of 79. We do have a greater than 10-point spread here. And so we will go to Bianca, please, first in the benefit of this maker.
I love this image. I think it's absolutely beautiful. Love Mama's outfit, which I'm sure she has picked out for herself. And it's absolutely gorgeous. I love the lighting as well. I think you've captured the culture just beautifully in this. So, yeah.
All right, thank you. And we'll head to Tamron, please, for critique.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree. I think the outfit is actually really, really stunning. And I love when um, expecting moms bring cultural significant outfits. I think it's really special, and I always feel so honored. There were a couple things that held this back for me. There's a lump in her belly that I found it very distracting. I'm not sure if it's been liquefied or should be liquefied, or if she had some leggings underneath that they were seeing a bit of a line and a lump there. Excuse me. So that I found extremely distracting. And the other thing, quite honestly, was I feel like there are so many colors happening in this image. It's hard for my eye to really zone in on mom. So had the maker like kept the background a little bit more in line with what the mom was wearing, or even just white, I think would have been lovely. I'm a huge fan of monochromatic for that reason. I just find it makes the person really stand out. So those were two fairly large drawbacks for me.
Thank you. And we will head back for rebuttal, please.
I do see what you're saying with the colors of the background. I think maybe even a darker background would have probably helped her stand her out more. And yes, the belly. I do see that. I do love the outfit though. I love Mom's expression. I love the lighting. So I will have to think about my rescoring.
Okay, thank you. We'll take a moment to rescore at this time.
I'm done.
All done.
Done.
Thank you. All right, and with scores of 73, 78, and 82, this image will have an overall score of 78. All right. Our next image is titled The Greatest Love. Please feel free to enter your scores.
I'm done.
Done.
Sorry, is that all three?
Oh, sorry, I muted myself. Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, Shan, if you can enter your score and just press save.
Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 90, 90, and 95, this image has an overall score of 92, placing it in the gold category. Our next image is titled Lavender Dreams.
Done.
Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 87, 90, and 93, this image will have an overall score of 90, placing it into the gold category. Our next image is titled Wonderful Moments.
Done.
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 Thank you. Oh, Tamarind, if you can
Yeah,
click save one
sorry,
more
I'm
time.
done. I just did
So-
it. Sorry.
All right. This is with scores of 73, 86, and 88. This image currently has an overall score of 82. We do have a greater than 10-point difference. So that's an automatic challenge. Let's head, please, to Bianca for In Benefit of the Maker.
I think this is a beautiful image. I love the background. I love baby's expression and the props and things like that. Um, there are a few things that I would like to adjust on it as well, but overall, I think it's a beautiful image, and I like the use of the editing.
Thank you. And we'll head to Tamron, please, for critique.
Thanks. I agree. The baby's expression is amazing. We all know how hard this age is to photograph sometimes. So, very lucky maker, and great job making this baby feel super comfortable. The things that really held this back for me are the placement of the baby in the photo. She's so far to the top that I find myself looking at everything below her, which are just random distracting items. And I actually wasn't sure if those were pieces of Kleenex on the grass, or I think they're flowers. So I found that very distracting. It was just a little too busy for me, little too busy.
Thank you. And we'll head back for a rebuttal, please.
Those are some of the items that were kind of pulled me back as far as having a higher score as well. My eyes are drawn to the grass in the front. I think there's too much in the foreground than there is at the top. So I do agree with that on there.
All right. And we will rescore it this time.
All done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 73, 86, and 77, this image will now have an overall score of 79. As this is a paid critique, we'll head to Shan, please, for critique for the maker.
Okay. Let me sure I'm not mute. So yes, what I love this image. I found the lighting is really nice and soft, and it is a really challenging age to catch those lovely smile and really feel that one joyful moments and happy time that's really lovely captured. Yeah, I do find this image is a little bit too busy, the background, the surroundings. So, and I find just uh, if you can, I was very specialized in really like minimalist style, and I find that sometimes less is more. If able, the image able to, you already got beautiful lighting, the little girls with beautiful dress and happy, and I find that actually a lot of little um, things that it could limit to remove it to make it more drawn into that happy moment that the little girls and face. So for me, it's just a little bit like bit over busy of the background, but overall, and I did feel the joy, a lot of like beautiful. I remember, I think the image maker did make, or the parents make a lot of effort for this happy moment. So it's really bring me joy. So I love it. And yeah, if I was saying that it's not about the technical thing, it's just about people. It's just the photographers or the parents and preference about how we like the photograph. But for me personally, if we're able to just less busy, that I will I will just put a more higher score. But I do give a higher score on this image, and I like it.
Thank you. Tamarind or Bianca, do you have anything to add?
Yes, actually. The more and more I look at the image, there's a few things that did pop out at me. Behind the N, there looks like there's some Tupperware bowls trying to hold it up, which is totally fine to use. However, it would be best to edit those out so that they're not seen. And then I totally agree with there's a lot in the front as far as all the pine cones, and then there's the random ball. I'm not sure if that's a little smushed up duck that's next to the wood plate, but maybe just taking out some of those distractions. I think it would have been just great to have the cake on the sliver of wood and let that be all in the foreground. So none of the petals on the floor, because Tambrin, I now cannot see anything but tissue. So, but I think if it was just a little bit more simple, just keeping it more simple in the front, like the background, beautiful. I love the props in the background. I think that's great. But I think in the foreground, I think my eye would be drawn more to her, even though it is drawn to her because of her smile. But I think it would make the subject pop out more if there was a little bit less in the foreground um, of the picture. So, but again, beautiful. I love the colors. I love her expression. Just like both of the ladies said, kudos to you. You were able to make her feel comfortable enough that she is smiling and she's not screaming her head off, because a lot of times that happens in a 1 year session. So good job.
All right, thank you. All right. We will head to our next image, titled Little One and Loyal One.
Done.
Done.
All done.
Thank you. And with scores of 74, 79, and 77, this image will have an overall score of 77. Our next image is titled Soft Elegance.
All done.
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 Thank you. With scores of 70, 82, and 77, our overall score currently is 76. There is a greater than 10-point spread here, so we will go to Shan, please, in the benefit of the maker.
Okay, and I think the color and the lighting and the color tone is beautiful. Yeah, and I know there's things they need to improve in this image, such like place the hair and the hand. But I feel overall this image is beautifully captured, and I did feel that is really like soft elegance of the pregnant mom, and I like the lighting and I like the fabric, and so I think it's well done to the image maker.
Thank you, and we'll head to Tamara, please.
Thanks. Yeah, I actually really love the pink and I love the texture. I think it's really pretty. There were a couple of sort of I don't know what the word is. Anyways, there's a couple of things that did really hold this image back for me. You can see that it looks like mom was laying on maybe purple seamless paper or something. There's something purple underneath that I can see through the dress at sort of the top, definitely the top right, a little bit of the top left corner. I'm not a huge fan of being able to see mom's underwear. I do this shot sometimes, and I definitely always try to cover up the underwear because, again, it's good that she's wearing nude underwear, but also then it's sort of distracting because you're wondering what's going on down there where her hand is. I also find I'm not sure if uh, I don't know how to say this. Some women I don't look good laying flat on my back. So I feel like mom's face is maybe there maybe could have been a more flattering angle or something for her face. But overall, the lighting is absolutely beautiful. I love that we can see mom's tattoos and she's showing those off. I think that's great.
Okay, thank you. And we'll head back to Shan, please, for rebuttal.
Mm. Yeah, I do think that there's a couple things that this image that could improve is yeah, the underwear did like it could cover with the fabric of the texture, that would be nice. And the hair, I feel the hair I found she have such gorgeous hair that could spread out a little bit more. So just the little thing, but I still think about yeah, and point out the purple in the background because purple do goes quite nice with the pink, so I'm okay with that. But yeah, overall I find that the lighting and the skin tone and the pink is just really beautiful, and I feel that image maker that they put a lot of effort to achieve this. So yes, and well done. I think very pretty. And definitely, yeah, I'd like to take on the critique, and there's a room to improve.
Thank you. All right, we will rescore at this time.
All done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 72, 80, and 77, the score will remain at 76. Our next image is titled, "What Am I Doing Here?"
Done.
All done.
Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 72, 78, and 77, this image will have an overall score of 76. This is paid critique, and let's head to Bianca, please, for feedback.
Such a sweet image as far as baby's expression is absolutely hilarious to me. That cracks me up. So the title of it, totally fitting. So as far as some critique go, one thing that I saw immediately coming into this image is the I guess maybe the coloring, maybe the painting, I guess I should say, of the background has kind of come over the baby's head. So you can kind of see a white haze over the baby's head, like in his hair and everything like that. So just be careful when you're painting on imaging. Masking is great to use, kind of helps out with that. Also, the shadows are a little distracting. It seems like there's shadows all around the baby, which um, I'm not really sure how that works. But there are. It seems like there's a shadow kind of completely all around the little hammock area. So, and they're a little bit off in color. So I would adjust that and kind of fix that maybe with painting or dodging and burning some of the spots like that. Uh, Positioning a baby, whenever a child or whenever something, because you obviously don't hang a baby, but whenever something is hanging in a sack, there's going to be a lot more pressure on the bottom part of it because of the weight of the object. So I recommend, if you're doing this shot, to put baby on his side so that his bum can be kind of at the bottom and it kind of looks like that more pressure down there, and he would be I don't know, it kind of looked like a little bit more of a hanging type picture as far as that goes. I think the posing, and he would actually look a little bit smaller too if you put him on its side and kind of have the profile of his body with his head turned instead of laying on his back with it like that. Hope that makes sense. But great job.
All right, thank you. And we'll go to Shan, please.
So I like this image title, and I think it is really, really funny and really cute. And the baby is so cute as well. So I find that the wrap with the baby could improving, like can show, can because the baby actually lighting on the on the backdrop. So I think you can open up a little bit of the fabric, can make it like lower, instead of like cover all up, wrap it all up just to the head. I think you could make the fabric a little bit, the wrap a little bit, see the leg, the hand, the arm, the hand, and I think that would be so cute. And I can see the baby is already like in the position, is really like good position that curl up quite nicely. So I feel that if you can wrap in the baby a little bit more, showing the arm and leg, I think, and it will be even like better. And also the wrap, the way the wrap up the other side of the head, I feel it's just like a little bit too much, like kind of like over the wrap too much of the head, like just like cut out of the head sizes. So you can pull out the wrap a little bit behind the head and show a little bit more body and the hand and feet, and I think that would be very cute. And I love that expression of the face of the baby, and lovely capture. So it's well done.
Thank you. And we'll head to Tamron, please.
Thanks. Sorry. I feel like pretty much everything has been said. I actually don't have anything to add. I would just be repeating what Bianca and Shan have already said. I do have to say, I love the baby's sort of puzzled expression. That's very cute. But I do wish we saw more of the body and the shadowing all the way around is also confusing. I'm not sure if that's an editing thing. And I feel like the image overall, except for the baby's skin tone, which I feel like the baby's skin looks pretty good, but I feel like the rest of it looks sort of grayish, greenish. So yeah.
All right, thank you. And we'll head to our next image titled Future APNPI Photographer.
All done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 85 across the board, this image will have an average score of 85, placing it into the silver distinction category. Congratulations to this maker. We have paid critique on this image. So Tamron, can we hear from you, please?
For sure. I think that's actually hilarious that we all scored it the exact same. I am a huge fan of green, so immediately the fact that this image is so much green just makes me happy. I love the little tiny vintage camera. It's so sweet. I feel like there's a pretty decent mix of like light to shadow. There is a part on the baby's forehead on the right side of the image, the left side of baby's head, that there's sort of like this little round shadow pocket. So that's something I have also run into. So it's something I have become hyper aware of, but that's can either be fixed by turning the baby's head a little bit more towards the light, or you can kind of fix it with editing as well sometimes. But overall, I find this image to be very peaceful and calm, and it's a beautiful baby.
Thank you. And Shan, we'll move to you.
Thank you. Yes, I think the image maker did a great job. I love the lighting and shadow, and the color of green is really stand out with this baby's skin tone. So it's absolutely beautiful. Really lovely color choice. And the title, the match with the little camera, which is really cute. For me, I will think, I don't know, is it possible to, to rub the baby, the left, the feet a little bit, you know, close together. So make it instead of just one low, two lower. Is it okay to put the wrap up a little bit to make it a bit more round? Because the upper body of the wrapping is beautiful. It's a beautiful, and I feel that, and the lower body with the leg, we could pull the wrap just a little bit over to make make that line that line as like the body line as a frame, like nice and close the 2 feet close together, so that that is this is first thing I think, oh, it'd be nice if that 2 feet like be a bit more close together. So that's the only thing that I would critique. And overall, well done, lovely choice of color, good lighting, and good subject, and well done. I think the image maker put a lot of effort into it, and I think that, yes, just a small little thing for me, and I think you done really, really well.
Thank you. And we'll head to Bianca, please.
Love, love, love the green. So beautiful. Posing is beautiful. Light is beautiful. So great job with that. Just a couple of nitpicky things that I have that I keep on being drawn to for whatever reason it may be. But the first thing is on the right hand side of baby, looking at the image, that is, there is a lump in the backdrop. So there's kind of a little line that you can see. I would just fix that up. Either I'm a big fan and get it right out of camera so that there's less editing to do. But then there's sometimes that you have to do some editing, more editing because of whatever reason. So I would maybe just clean that up, clone it out, or heal it up or something, smoothing out that bump so that there's not that line, that shadow line that's there. It looks like on baby's left cheek. So when you're looking at the image on the right cheek, there may be a little baby pimple, unless that's my computer and I'm not seeing it correctly. But there may be like a little baby acne right there, just a little slight dot that's a little bit lighter color than everything. I personally would heal it up because everything else seems so smooth and so cleaned up that I would just take that out. And then down where the legs are, the leg that's closest to the camera, there is maybe the diaper, a tiny little dot of white there. I know that sounds really crazy, and because it is being nitpicky, but being nitpicky for a competition like this is definitely called for. So I think that you can just clean that up and make that either more flesh tone or even blend it in with the wrap, just so that you wouldn't see that white dot. But I do agree with Shan. Tightening up that wrap would be great, so that the baby's feet can be kind of laying closer together and you won't have that kind of sharper angle of where that foot is sticking out and pushing out the wrap. But seriously, I love this image. I think it's beautiful. Lighting looks so good. And the green is very, very captivating. Great job.
Thank you. And we'll move to our next image, titled Waiting for My Love. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Waiting for You, My Love.
Done.
Well done.
Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 96, 87, and 95, this image will have an overall score of 93, placing it into the gold category. All right, titled A Quiet Spark.
Done.
All done.
With scores of 90, 85, and 90, this image has an overall score of 88, placing it into silver distinction category. And this image has paid critique. Let's please head to Shan for feedback for this maker.
It's such a beautiful image of the portrait of this little girls. And the only thing that I didn't score the higher when I feel just my personal preference when I feel that if this style of image to the focus on the portrait and the eyes is really important. And I did the image maker did capture the eye beautifully. I just wanted to see a little bit more capture light on the eyes, like a little bit more spark and capture, the capture light on the on inside the eye of the little girls, and that will make it like much higher score. So that's something that I think that could be improved. And you can if it's just I feel a portrait like this, don't be afraid to cut a bit more close up for my preference and can be a bit more close up. Yeah, and so the more focus on the eye, the expression and the details on the face. And I feel the eye is just most drawn to most important. So I love to see a little bit more and capture light on the eyes and can crop a little bit the white space and more like a more powerful portrait. So that's my preference. But well done and beautiful. That captured the expression. It's just the expression just so beautiful and natural, and I love that image and well done.
Thank you. And we will head to Bianca, please.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I love the expression. I love the eyes. I just love the feel of this picture. There are a few things that I would like to see adjusted. Top left hand side of the head, there's some hair that's kind of just back in the shadows almost, I guess, if you could say. I would clean that up, just kind of clone that out of there, get that out, maybe smooth out some of the wrinkles in her clothing. And honestly, I kind of would like to see a little bit more catch light in her eyes. Like there's a teeny tiny bit, but I think I would like to see it a little bit brighter and um, maybe pop in those eyes just a little bit. But I love this. I think this is beautiful. You did a great job. So kudos to you.
Thank you. And we'll head to Tamron.
Thanks. I don't have a whole lot more to add. I completely agree about the catch lights. I actually really like how the maker named this image because it's, yeah, there's something very interesting about this child and how they're just sort of drawing you in with their eyes, which is really interesting. I love the depth of field. I think it's really lovely. I love the expression. I think the only thing I would have maybe played with a little bit more contrast with the black and white to make it pop a little bit more. I think that might help. But overall, it's beautiful. And I bet the parents are absolutely in love with this.
Thank you, ladies. Our next image is titled Simply Elegant.
All done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 88, 86, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 88, placing it in the silver distinction category. All right. Congratulations to this maker. Our next image is titled Celestial Cradle.
Done.
All done.
Done.
Thank you. With scores of 70, 82, and 75, this image has an overall score of 76. We do have a greater than 10-point differential here, so an automatic challenge is called, and we will speak in the benefit of the maker first with Shan, please.
Okay. So very cute image, and there's a thing to get improve in this image, but I find the lighting is beautiful, and I think the backdrop with the props it's quite unique. It looks really pretty, and it goes well the color, the backdrop and the prop, and of course, as I said, that there's a lot of things that could improve. I find the teddy bear, the color, the teddy bear in the front is maybe this is a very sentimental item that really mean a lot of for the baby, the family. And I was thinking about maybe a place in different place that not in the. I feel once when I look at the image, I feel drawn to this blue teddy bear first. So I'm thinking maybe place this teddy bear in a different way if this is a very sentimental item. If not, it just if not if imagine just without this teddy bear and I whole image that the color theme it just goes really well together. I like they chosen the backdrop and the color and the baby looks really contained and the lighting beautiful. So there's a room to improve and behind the story about with this image, but I think the image maker put a lot of thought, effort, and goes with this image. If it seems to could remove, I probably going to remove the blue teddy bear and the rock under the moon. If can imagine that without the teddy bear and the another like a rock under the moon, make it a little bit more relaxed more. And I think it's really pretty image. But overall, um I think this image maker make a lot of effort to go with all this effort. So well done. And that's my critique. That's my thoughts.
Thank you, and we'll head to Tamron, please.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm seeing a lot of things sort of stand out to me about this image, unfortunately. I mean, this baby is absolutely beautiful, but the lighting seems to be coming from the direction of the baby's feet, which means we've uplit the baby's face. The flocati or rug that the baby is laying on, there's so much of it in the foreground, you almost lose the fact that the baby is laying on a moon. Also, the moon seems to be almost U-shaped. And then the teddy bear, again, like Shan had said, is very distracting. I hope for the families, I hope that it's like sentimental for the family to be that much in the forefront. Also, the background, while it's beautiful with the flowers, it doesn't really make sense to me with the moon and then the name of the image. So those three things kind of didn't really makes sense to me. Also, I think we can see possibly opposing being under the feet, which could be easily cloned. Yeah, I think there's this is a good starting point, and I think there's a good direction to move to improve this kind of image for the maker.
Thank you, Tamarind, and we'll head to Bianca, please.
Thank you. I agree with everything that has been said already. The background for me definitely was distracting as far as flowers and a tree and celestial didn't really make sense to me either. The posing pillow or wrap underneath baby's head uh, should not be seen. Any kind of posing pillows that you have should not be seen. But also, the focati is blocking the baby's face. Like there's lots of hairs of the focati that are coming onto the baby's face. So just in because that's going to be a difficult thing to edit. So I recommend as my motto is get it right out of the camera so that you don't have to do as much editing. So when you're seeing things like this or being more aware of things like this, go ahead and flatten it out so that you don't have to worry about trying to edit out and clone out fur coming on the baby's face and that kind of thing. I definitely would want to see the moon angled more in the shape of a moon and less flaccati blocking it. Uh, Maybe even taking out the pelt that's down on the ground as well. So I'm thinking, just an idea for future, if you're doing this thought, getting either a smaller piece of focati to put on there that's white instead of this greenish color. I think there's too many colors going on here. There's too many blues. You have the blue, like a baby blue of the bear, and then you have like a turquoise on the wrap, and then the focati looks a little greenish, and then the whole flower background. I think there's just a little bit too much. I think that if you kind of made it more celestial, I think that would be beautiful. So maybe doing a smaller white focati underneath the baby, and flipping baby the opposite direction. You can leave the light where you're at, but put the baby's head to the left hand side instead, like Tamarind was saying, as far as not uplighting it. But if you need something to cover the base, because you can see the base a little bit on the right hand side of the moon, if you're looking for something to cover the base, and that's why you had the focati there or the fur, maybe consider that polyfill that goes inside pillows. Something like that, or maybe a little bit less of that, but something more cloud-like, I think would be really pretty to kind of add that all in there. But I like the concept. I like kind of what you're going for, and I just think in the future, if you're wanting to do this setup again, to kind of just heed the critiques and run with it, and try it again. Don't give up. Just try it again because it's a beautiful concept, and I think you can do it well.
Thank you. Was that all three?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, wonderful.
Yes.
All right. Our next image is titled Waiting for You. Do judges? Oh, good. Are the scores in?
I'm done.
Done.
Sorry, I'm back.
And with scores of 80, 87, and 88, this image will have an overall score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled Golden Serenity.
Then
Done.
Done.
Thank you. With scores of 80, 78, and 75, this image will have an overall score of 78. Our next image is titled Pink Double Love.
done.
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 Thank you. With scores of 85, 90, and 75, this image will have an overall score of 83. We have a greater than 10-point differential here. We'll go to Shan, please, and the benefit of the maker.
I mean, such a huge difference. I was thinking, oh wow, such a huge difference. Okay, so I think what I love this image is the connection. I feel there's a lot of twin when you place the twins, and a lot of people don't just like post it really like beautifully. Of course, this image is I love the lighting, the smiling of the bigger baby, and the color, the skin tone. What I love the most it is the connection that the arm is like drawn together, like pulled together, and with the wrap into it. I just feel it's just a not only just beautiful the place, I also feel that create that connection. So I know there's a lot of room. There's such so cute. When I see cute baby, I cannot get my score. And of course, I feel there's a room to improve, such as like the fabric that could, yeah, of the bigger baby could, instead of under the arm, maybe could, take the ribbon out and place a little bit like beautiful way. But those little things, but overall, I find I see the connection there that I really drawn to, and I like these images. So that's my score. And well done for the image maker. I know it's not easy to, when you place multiple babies and consider lighting, fabric, and all about this. So well done.
Thank you. And we'll head to Bianca, please, for critique.
Yes. As far as critique goes, I would say the ribbon, very distracting. I would fix that or tuck it or put it on the other side. Something needs to go with that. Skin tone to me, though, is probably the biggest thing. I know that it says pink double love, and I agree. There's definitely a lot of pink, but not only in the wrap and the hat. There is a lot of pink in their skin, and it almost kind of seems like the whole image itself is pink. And it could be personal preference, but I'm not quite a fan. I think we need to have a little bit more truer skin tone if possible.
All right, thank you. And we'll head back for rebuttal.
Yes, yes, I do see the pink on the baby's face. Um, just because like the background and all over the color, it just goes really nice together. That doesn't really distract me. Yeah, what distracted me the part just like the ribbon that could place better. But I know that when you come into place multiple baby, try to capture, that when she's smiling, that only that split a second that need to catch that maybe a lot of things that will haven't been do the achieve the best result that. But yes, I do agree with you with other judge that the room to improve is always the room to prove. So
Okay, thank you. And we will rescore our images now, please.
Done.
and
Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 85, 85, and 80, this image will now have an overall score of 83, and it will remain in the silver category. All right, moving to our next image. Titled Pure Joy.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 85, 80, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Titled Light Through the Shadows.
Done.
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 Thank you. With scores of 85, 85, and 95, this image will have an overall total score of 88, placing it in the silver distinction category. We do have a 10-point spread here, so we will go in the benefit of the maker, please, to Bianca.
I absolutely adore the theme of this. I think the title is beautiful. I think the image is beautiful. I think the lighting is absolutely gorgeous, and the emotion of it is stunning. Great job.
Thank you. And let's please head to Catherine for critique.
I think that the maker did a really great job posing. And I think the concept is a really cool idea. I think it's because the maker chose like a bright background. There's just so many different directions of light. I feel like it's just a little bit confusing to me, but I understand the idea of it. Um, I just reflected my score in that it's just there's so many different like light concepts that it's just a little overwhelming.
Thank you. And we'll head back to Bianca for rebuttal.
For me, I think it's captivating with the different lights and everything. So I love it. I love the backlight. I love the strip of light that's coming down her face. I just love the way everything is landing with this and the shadows and all.
All right. And we will rescore now.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 90, 88, and 95, this image will now have an overall score of 91, placing it into the gold category. Congratulations to this maker. Our next image is untitled.
Done.
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 And with scores of 78, 80, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 83. We have a greater than 10-point difference here, so we will head to Bianca, please, in the benefit of the maker.
Gorgeous image. Love the lighting. Love the tulips. It's just a soft touch to this springy picture. Well done.
Thank you, and we'll head to Catherine, please, for critique.
I love the spring concept. It's really pretty. As far as editing, I'm just noticing different hues of white on the background. The shadow side quite gray, and then the left side quite magenta. So I would recommend just to fix the white, and the shadows and the light and everything. And then as far as the headband, there's just this little black speck on the otherwise pastel-y headband, so I would advise the maker to just make sure that those little things are caught and removed before submission. And then also with the tulips, everything's tucked in neatly on the left side of the baby, and then on the right side of the baby, the one is pulled up, so it doesn't really flow. And I'd love to see that the baby's wrap was liquefied or just wrapped more neatly so that it's not so ruffled and rumpled. And I'd love to just see some nice clean edges. And then as far as lighting, I'm just seeing a lot of, it definitely isn't flowing across the face enough. There's a harsh shadow on the center of the nose, so making sure that the lighting is flowing across the face. So I would bring the light closer and just make sure that the baby's face is properly lit.
Thank you, and we'll head back to Bianca, please. Sorry, we'll head back to Bianca. I'm not sure if your mute might be on.
Yep, it was. Sorry. I agree with the wrap. The more I look at it, the more I see the things that I want to fix on the wrap. But I do love the image. You did a great job. I would fix the wrap and maybe even fix the bottom part as well. But good job.
Thank you, and we'll rescore the image at this time.
Done.
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 And with scores of 80, 80, and 85, this image will now have an overall score of 82. Okay. And that places it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Almost in Motion.
Done.
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 And with scores of 95, 90, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 92. That places this in the gold category. Congratulations to this maker. Our next image is titled Divine Radiance.
Done.
Done.
And with scores of 95, 89, and 99, this image will have an overall score of 94. We do have a 10-point spread here. We'll go to Bianca in the benefit of the maker.
I am truly obsessed with this picture. The colors of the dress, the lighting is stunning. The backdrop is beautiful. Mom looks great. Posing is awesome. You did a great job. So maker, kudos.
Thank you. And we'll head to Shan, please. Sorry, Shan, your mute may be on. We'll head to you for
Oh,
critique.
I also love this image. I find the posing just so gorgeous, so natural, and the makeup and the color is just beautiful. The lighting and the fabric is just so elegant and so natural and well done. I love this one.
Okay, back to Bianca.
Like I said, I cannot love this picture anymore. It's so beautiful, stunning, everything about it. Makes me wish it was me. Except I don't want to be pregnant again.
All right, and we will rescore the image at this time.
Done.
Then
And sorry, Catherine, have you rescored?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, and with new scores of 95, 90, and 100, this image will now have an overall score of 95, which pushes it up into gold distinction. Congratulations to this maker. Our next image, titled Perfect Little Rolls.
Done.
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 Thank you, ladies. And with scores of 95, 89, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 90, placing it into the gold category. We do have a 10-point spread here. We'll go to Catherine, please, in the benefit of the maker.
I think that lighting is spot on. The posing is beautiful. The the crop and like, I think everything is beautiful on this. The only flaw that I would ask the maker to just be more conscious of going forward is just making sure that the editing on the forehead is a little bit more smoother, just because I can see some spots, but it looks like it's not fully removed. But otherwise, I love it. It's a beautiful, gorgeous image.
All right, and we'll head to Bianca, please, for critique.
Beautiful image for sure. Adjusting the fingers underneath the cheek, maybe pushing the wrist in a little bit more and turning the fingers out to see those, I think would be good because of the way the coloring of the hand is. It's so bright that it's distracting. The editing of the forehead, and then the headband does not match the feel of the backdrop or the wrap or anything. It doesn't really match with it. So I do see that it's rainbow, so this might be a rainbow baby, but it doesn't go with the whole feel of the picture. But the lighting is gorgeous, so great job with that.
Thank you, and we'll head back to Catherine, please.
I agree with the headband not matching. That would have been an easy fix in Photoshop for sure. Um, Otherwise, yeah, beautiful image.
All right, thank you. We will rescore the image at this time.
Done.
Done.
So sorry, is that everyone?
Yeah.
And with new scores of 90, 89, and 87, this image will now have an overall score of 89, placing it in the silver distinction category. Titled The Heart of It All.
Done.
All right. And with scores of 99, 88, and 97, this image currently has an overall score of 95. There is a greater than 10-point spread here, so we will head to Catherine, please, and the benefit of the maker.
I absolutely love this image. I think the pose is gorgeous. I'm sure she had the baby's face turned towards the light more so, but when a baby's awake, you can't control when they turn their faces. And just the fact that she got perfect eye contact and a smile is just amazing. It would have been perfect. However, my score would have been a pure 100, but I feel like the little bump in his belly just needed to be liquefied down. But otherwise, I absolutely love this image.
Thank you. And we'll head, please, to Shan for critique.
Beautiful image. I love the capture, just perfect moment, the expression, the captured light, the pose, and the heart shape. It just plays really, really beautiful. That just perfectly captured. I didn't get a more score. I'm not sure is that something that should improve or actually is the image maker's preference. And quite a lot of dark shadow. Maybe you prefer like more contrast, more dark, and so maybe it's the image maker's preference. And I found a little like the backdrop a little pinkish. Maybe it's just the color of this. So, but Yes, so but overall, I think the image maker is really like done a great job. It just does such a like perfect moment capture, and with the composition, lighting, and posing, and it's just so beautiful. Absolutely loves it.
Thank you. And we'll head back to Catherine for rebuttal.
Yeah, I definitely think that this maker does like her deep shadows. I think that, yeah, like there would have been more light on the baby's face if the baby was asleep and probably didn't move their head. I think that they did a beautiful job. I love the composition too.
All right, thank you. We will rescore it this time.
Done.
Done.
Wait a minute. Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 95, 92, and 98, this image will have an overall score of 95 and will remain in the gold distinction category. Congratulations to this maker. Our next image is titled Winds of Change.
Done.
Done.
Done. Done.
Thank you. With scores of 90, 85, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 88, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled Born to Smile.
Done.
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 Thank you. With scores of 90, 88, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 89 and be placed in silver distinction. Our next image is titled Joy Through Her Eyes.
Done.
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 Thank you. With scores of 95, 90, and 90, this image has an overall score of 92, placing it in the gold category. And titled Blossom Baby.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 78, 79, and 77, this image will have an overall score of 78. Moving to our next image, titled Tide of Joy.
Done.
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 Thank you. With scores of 90, 89, and 87, this image will have an overall score of 89 in the silver distinction category. Titled Sun-Kissed Mama.
Done.
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 And with scores of 90, 90, and 87, this image will have an overall score of 89 in the silver distinction category. Titled Miss 2.
Done.
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 Thank you. With scores of 90, 80, and 88, this image will have an overall score of 86, placing it in silver distinction. We do have a 10-point spread here, so heading to Catherine, please, and the benefit of the making.
I think this is a really adorable image. I love the catch lights in her eyes. I think the editing is really pretty. I would love to just see the hair cleaned up just a little bit, but otherwise, I think the maker did a great job.
Thank you, and we'll head to Shan, please.
Yeah, I do love this image. I think that I love the catch lights on the eyes and the smile and it's beautiful. Yeah, I definitely will thinking that definitely will going to put a higher score with this and just gorgeous little girl.
All right, thank you. We'll go back to Catherine.
Yeah, I agree with Shan.
All right, I will ask everyone to rescore at this time, please.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 88, 87, and 88, this image will have an overall score of 88 and will remain in silver distinction. Our next image is titled Janani.
Done.
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 Thank you. With scores of 88, 80, and 87, this image has an overall score of 85, placing it in silver distinction. Titled Little Ray in the Meadow.
Done.
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 Thank you. With scores of 78, 85, and 85, this image has an overall score of 83, placing it in the silver category. And this is a paid critique. We'll go to Bianca first, please.
Beautiful image. Some adjustments that I would make. There looks to be a posing pillow on the back side of the baby. Maybe adjusting the wrap so it won't show that round bean shape on there. And then putting both of the hands on top of each other so it could raise up baby's chin a little bit, but also not have just nubs showing out behind his forehead would be great.
Thank you. And we'll head to Catherine, please.
I agree with Bianca. I was going to point those out too. One thing that will help you when posing on the bucket is to pull those elbows further apart, and that will allow you to place the face on top of those stacked hands. So I would recommend doing that and making sure that the fingers are nice and straight rather than balled up. So I agree with what Bianca said.
Thank you. And we'll head to Shan, please.
Yeah, I love the color, the lighting. What I wanted to improve is that, the place the bow arm and hand in a better position that lift up the chin, and instead of seeing just one hand and back the other hand. So I think the hand placement can be there would be a room to improve and to make this image is greater. So, but I know that I like the angle, I like the shooting angle. So I think the image maker we did a great job with the color, with the depth, and with the shooting angles. Well done.
Thank you so much. Our next image is titled Quiet Strength.
Done.
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 Thank you. With scores of 87, 87, and 93, this image will have an overall score of 89, placing it in silver distinction. Titled Heartfelt Beginnings.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 89, 83, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 87, placing it in silver distinction. Titled Dreaming in Rose.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 78, 77, and 75, this image will have an overall score of 77. Titled Tattoos and Togetherness.
Done.
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 And with scores of 91, 85, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 89, placing it in silver distinction. Our next image is titled Feathers.
Done.
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 Thank you. Oh, Catherine, I don't have your score in.
Can you
Thank
try
you.
that?
No, I haven't now, thank you. With scores of 74, 70, and 72, this image will have an overall score of 72. Titled Little Lion.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 86, 83, and 75, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in silver category. We do have a greater than 10-point spread here, so we'll go to Catherine, please, in the benefit of the maker.
I think that the edit is really pretty. The maker did a great job with um, the lighting on the baby and having the hand placement over the little stuffy. I would love to have seen the wrap less bulky. It's very distracting. And otherwise, I think the maker did a great job.
Thank you. And we will head to Bianca, please.
The lighting for me is a little more flat than I would prefer. It could be preference. I do like a little more shadows in it. The pinky underneath his cheek or his temple is looks like a little nub instead of a pinky because it's kind of folded in. And the wrap also is very distracting because of how bulky it is. So I would adjust those things and go from there.
Thank you. And we'll head back for rebuttal, please.
I agree with you about the pinky. I didn't notice that until now.
All right. We will rescore images at this time.
Done.
Done.
All right. And with scores of 80, 83, and 77, this image will now have an overall score of 80 and will remain in the silver category.
I'm done.
I'm done.
Okay. And with scores of 88, 79, and 75, this image will have an overall score of 81. We have a greater than 10-point spread, so we'll go to Catherine, please, in the benefit of the maker.
I think the maker had a great concept with their idea. I think I gotta look at the, okay. I think that the eye contact in the image is really cute. There's a slight catch light in the eyes, which is cute. The backdrop is what's throwing me off. It looks wrinkled and I can see lighting on the background, so it takes away from the baby itself. But otherwise, cute job.
Thank you. And we'll go to Tamarind, please, for critique.
Thanks. So I think that the things that held it back were just like the other judge just said. There's a huge glare of lighting on the background, and it looks like maybe two different like vinyl floor drops have been used. The one that the baby's on top of is wrinkly, and the one in the back has been sort of bent, so it's not straight up and down, so we can see that the lines are curved. So I found that very distracting. And the baby has obviously been wrapped, which is great, but there's sort of a big lump, which I think could have been probably dealt with better. This actually may have been better shot from overhead, trying to get eye contact with baby.
Thank you. And we'll head back for rebuttal, please.
I agree with everything Tamarind said.
Okay, we will rescore at this time, please.
All
Done.
And with scores of 76, 79, and 76, this image will have an overall score of 77. Moving to our next image. Oh, I'm so sorry. This image has paid critique. Shan, we didn't hear from you. Can you please give some critique for this maker?
Okay, so yes, I think it's just I feel that the image maker has put a lot of effort into this image to well thought through, the backdrop color, the wrap and the flower to match the wrap and the wood, the wood and the color chosen and just and I think they did a great job. And yes, the backdrop, I think the backdrop because of the line there, so when the line doesn't go when the backdrop doesn't, the line of the wood line and also the backdrop that I feel when there's a line there, we really need to put extra attention to make it more natural, and throw the another piece the backdrop could push up a bit so the line be more straight and the line on the floor could be a bit more like balanced vertical. And also the other judge was right. I do agree that with the like the wrapping the bit lump, maybe the baby weight is like kicking the leg, and that could be a little bit used to liquefy. We touch that, but overall, well done. And I can see your effort there, and just yeah, there's also room to improve, and I believe that next one will be great too.
Okay, thank you so much. Move to our next image titled Timeless Kiss.
All done.
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 And with scores of 97, 90, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 92. placing it in the gold category. Congratulations to this maker. Our next image is titled Smooches in Style.
I'm
Done.
And with scores of 99, 89, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 93. We do have a 10-point differential here. And so this will go to a challenge, and we'll go in the benefit of the maker first, please, to Catherine.
I absolutely love this image. I think it is so adorable. I love the wispy hair because it shows they're both still relatively babies, and it's just natural and organic and happy, and the editing is great, the lighting is great. I love it.
Thank you. And we'll head to Shan, please.
Yeah, I love this image. It's just so cute. Capture the real moment. That absolutely, I love, this joyful real moment and just so much joy. I don't know, because I never really use sunglasses for in the picture. The sunglasses reflection about, the feet in, I don't know, is it supposed to be okay like this or able to retouch it? So because of course, when I look at the sunglasses, the little feet there, I know maybe it's okay like that, but it's just for me, because it's competition, I just wanted to, if there's a room to improve, and I would love to able to, give some feedback to improve maybe. So I would love to hear what the other judge say. So but
Thank you.
well captured. I love the white, simple white, that's my thing, and the real moment and the absolute beautifully done. I love that.
Yeah. We'll head back to Catherine, please, for rebuttal.
I also thought about that when I was looking at the image before I rated it, but I feel like if it had been maybe like, a reflection of the camera or like something in the studio, I wouldn't have been so keen on it. But because it's just their little legs, it doesn't bother me. It's real. It's part of the like moment in time, so it doesn't bother me at all. And I feel like if it had been removed, then it would have made it more artificial feeling. So that's just my personal opinion.
All right, we will move to rescore the image at this time.
Done.
Done.
And with scores of 97, 92, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 93 and will be in the gold category. Moving to our next image titled Fierce.
Done.
all done.
Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 80, 85, and 80. This image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled A Patchwork of Joy.
All
Done.
Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 80, 92, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 86, placing it in the silver distinction. We do have a 10-point spread here. So we'll go to Shan first, please, and the benefit of the maker.
I love this image that, oh, I have didn't move, that's good. Mute, have a mute. I love this image, the storytelling. I just really feel that it's really captured the joy of the title. I don't know, I feel it feels so home and so real, and the the mother look at and they are playing and just feels so simple and so warm and so storytelling, which I love. And I yes, that's what drawn to me. And I'd love to hear what other judges said about the critique as well, to to have the room to improve these images.
Thank you. And we will head to Catherine, please, for critique.
I think overall it's a really cute image. What's throwing me is that the right side is the same color palette, like the little girl's dress and the patch quilt above her. They're the same color tones, everything's the same. And then you go to the mom and everything changes. She's got neon colors and dark blues, and it just doesn't really mesh well together for the overall vibe, personally, just because I feel like if the maker had perhaps just not had that quilt over top of her lap and just kept with the overall tones of the little girl's dress and the other quilt, it would have been flowing really nicely together. Yeah, that's my overall take.
Thank you. And we'll head back to Shan, please, for rebuttal.
I know there's a lot of different colors there, and I do feel that the image maker, like, plays all different colors and purposely, they just mix up with all different color and pattern like this. So for me, because it's not just one solid color, it's a lot of pattern, a lot of different color. Yeah, definitely will be able to um I don't really know how, like, if to reduce what kind of color, what type of pattern, because there's really a lot of there. For me, it is okay. For me, it's about really the joyful moment that really like capture me. The storytelling made me feel warm, and yes, I agree. Like technically, I think of course there will be a room to improve, and like I appreciate for the other judges' comment and to learn something new as well. But I just feel the feeling give it to me a lot of joy in this picture, and well done.
Okay, thank you. And we will rescore at this time.
Done.
done.
And
And with scores of 85, 89, and 85, we will remain at a score of 86, leaving us in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled In the Stillness.
All done.
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 Thank you. With scores of 88, 93, and 93, this image will have an overall score of 91, placing it in the gold category. Titled Fingers Before Forks.
All done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 94, 89, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 89, placing it in silver distinction. Titled Smile.
All done.
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 And with scores of 85, 85, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 83, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Comfortable in My New Skin.
Done.
All done.
Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 90, 95, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 90. We do have a 10-point difference. So we will go to Shan, please, in the benefit of the maker first.
I love this image. I love something simple, classic, and timeless. And so that's a really like kind of the style that I really drawn to. And I love how to capture this beautiful mom to be, the capture light on her eyes, the lighting is beautiful, the editing. What I love is just really natural, like confident, and I love how to play, with this shirt. It's just the styling as well. It just I feel everything to tick all the boxes that I love, and so I give it like a very high score and well done. And I think absolutely gorgeous. I wish I had one like this when I was pregnant. Maybe I should pretend to be pregnant.
Thank you.
Gorgeous.
And
I love of course, I love the white. I wanted to know where to get this outfit.
we'll head to Tamron, please, for critique.
Thanks. Yeah, I actually agree with everything that Shan said. The lighting is gorgeous. The outfit is amazing. I love the pose. I love how casual it is. The thing that held it back for me is actually the crop. I think they've cropped it right at her knees. So I would rather see it in a little tighter or more full length. And then or maybe a little bit less um, uh, blank space at her head. So that's really what held it back for me. But other than that, it's stunning. Like even the styling of the outfit and all of it is wonderful.
Thank you. And we'll head back to Shan for rebuttal.
Maybe the top doesn't need a lot of space. The white space at the top maybe crop a little bit. I don't mind in the knee. I feel really like a magazine style that like those really classic one. I just feel like very elegant and stunning and I absolutely love it.
All right, and we will rescore the image at this time.
Done.
Well done.
Thank you. With scores of 90, 95, and 89, this image will now have an overall score of 91 and will remain in the gold category. Congrats to this maker. Titled Eternal Embrace of Love and Laughter.
Well done.
Then
Thank you. With scores of 88, 77, and 70, this image will have an overall score of 78. We do have a greater than 10-point spread here. And we'll go in the benefit of the maker to.
I think this is a really precious image, and you can see the real joy on the little girl's face. And I feel like the photographer captured that joy and the moment with her and her mummy. And I think they did a great job. I just would have loved to see a little bit more saturation in the skin tones. Just, I feel like it looks a little bit washed out, but otherwise really beautiful.
And let's please head to Tamron for critique.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, this is such a sweet moment. Absolutely. To me, this image is not necessarily competition worthy, if I'm being honest. I think the parents, like, I will hope that this family literally blows this up huge and looks at it every day because it's such a sweet photo. There was some technical things like was just said, but like the image is kind of washed out. There's something I can't figure out if mom's on her back or what that neck wrinkle. There's something odd about her body there that's throwing me off. The hand in the foreground is throwing me off, and I wish we could see mom's chin as well, actually.
Yes, okay, thank you. And we'll head back to Catherine, please, for rebuttal.
I agree. I do wish I could see the mom's chin.
Okay, and we will rescore at this time.
Done.
All the
All right, and with scores of 80, 77, and 72, this image will come in at a score of 76.
You're a photographer, so you're also a marketer, an accountant, and a salesperson. You're a designer, a web developer, and social media manager, a shopper, a shipper, and a customer support department. You're also a husband, a wife, a mom, a dad, which makes you about a million other things. But don't worry, you've got this. With ShootProof, you can send your clients their digital contract, create an invoice for them to pay, take your beautiful photos, upload them to ShootProof from Lightroom or from your desktop while you eat dinner. Rest assured, your marketing is handled with automated emails to your clients. They ooh, they ah, they cry a little. They favorite hundreds of images and purchase digitals as well as prints and canvases filled automatically by your favorite lab. You send your clients a mobile app as a thank you, and they share it with all of their friends. Wake up tomorrow, and your day is already a little brighter. It's time to focus on what matters most, and let ShootProof do the rest.
And welcome everybody back for day 2 of our judging. We will begin today with our next image titled Angelic. And judges, please enter your scores. And with scores of 80, 89, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 83, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Sliding into 6 Months. And please enter your scores now. With scores of 85, 94, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 88, placing it in silver distinction. Congratulations to this maker. Titled Divine Essence. And please enter your scores. With scores of 79, 86, and 77, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Whispers of New Beginnings. And with scores of 79, 85, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it into the silver category. This image will have a page critique. We'll go to our judges, please.
Okay. I mean, this is literally like a photographer's dream location. Like, what a beautiful spot. I'm super jealous. This is amazing. They did a great job exposing the light for the background to really catch that sunset. It's a little blown out, but it doesn't bother me. I actually think it's really pretty. We can see sort of the blue in the water, and the waves are beautiful. I really like that the couple is sort of in that bottom quadrant, bottom left quadrant of the image, and they're anchored, so they're not, they're relatively close to the bottom. My only critique here would be to brighten the couple a little bit, because when I looked at the image, they were almost a bit of an afterthought, because the sunset and the waves are so beautiful that I found that they needed a little bit more light just to jump out. I love the pose even. I guess if Dad would have worn different shoes, or they could both be in bare feet. Anyways, those are like very nitpicky things, but yeah, great job on subject placement.
lighting, yeah, just pop up your subject a little bit more.
The lighting in this image is beautiful. I love the backlit sunset vibe on the beach. It's quite stunning. Your pose is also lovely, but I would change a couple things to help elevate it. Given that this image is backlit, instead of a kissing pose, I think I would have either done forehead to forehead, so you're getting more of the silhouette and the features illuminated, or I would have done something where they were looking towards the camera, perhaps, maybe like a little nuzzle or something, so that you could see both of their faces. With a kiss, a lot of times with a backlit kiss, you end up with shadows on the face, and it becomes quite dark and muddy when you're having your couple's kiss. The other thing that I may have changed would be maybe have them go bare feet on the sand if you're showing their feet in the image. Other than that, I think it's absolutely beautiful. The light is really pretty. The tones with the blue and the creams and the dark gray really suit the image well as well. So great job on this one.
And our next image is titled Cradled in Blue. And with scores of 79, 87, and 78, this image will have an overall score of 81. Our next image is titled Grace in Waiting. With scores of 82, 82, and 78, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in the silver category. And our next image is titled Timeless Bond, A Gentle Hold. And judges, please enter your scores now. And with scores of 90, 97, and 88, this image will have an overall score of 92, placing it in the gold category. Congratulations to this maker. Titled Triblings, 3 under 3 months. And with scores of 79, 85, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Nestled in Newness. And with scores of 84, 87, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled Chord of Life. And with scores of 80, 85, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Anna's Hummingbirds. And with scores of 82, 87, and 82, this image will have an overall score of 84, placing it in the silver category. Titled, Are You Kidding Me? Titled, Guardians of the Unseen. And with scores of 79, 88, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. And our next image is titled Growing Glow. And with scores of 85, 91, and 83, this image will have an overall score of 86, placing it in the silver distinction category. Titled A Touch of Spring. And with scores of 75, 77, and 84, this image has an overall score of 79. And this image is disqualified. Our next image is titled Heart of My Heart. Thank you. And with scores of 86, 95, and 86, this image will have an overall score of 89, placing it in the silver distinction category. Congratulations to this maker. Titled Miracle in Purple. With scores of 74, 83, and 78, this image has an overall score of 78. Titled In His Hands. And with scores of 87, 87, and 80, this image has an overall score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category. Titled Floral Princess. With scores of 79, 84, and 75, this image will have an overall score of 79. Our next image is titled Whisper of Comfort. And with scores of 74, 77, and 75, this image will have an overall score of 75. Titled The First Breath of Calm. With totals of 89, 85, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 85, placing it in silver distinction category. Titled Little Boho Babe. And with scores of 79, 87, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 82. Titled Wide Awake. And with scores of 80, 85, and 78, this image will have an overall score of 81 and will earn a silver award. Titled Safe Haven. And with scores of 74, 70, and 75, this image will have an overall score of 73. Titled Still Part of Me, Just in My Arms Now. And with scores of 79, 79, and 88, this image has an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Titled Sweet Slumber. And with scores of 82, 90, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 86, placing it in the silver distinction category. Titled Berry Sleepy in Blue. And with scores of 76, 85, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 80, placing it in the silver category. Titled Glow State. And with scores of 90, 87, and 89, this image will have an overall score of 89, placing it in the silver distinction category. Titled Princess Pink. And with scores of 84, 93, and 84, this image will have an overall score of 87, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled Mama. And with scores of 86, 96, and 89, this image will have an overall score of 90, placing it in the gold category. Titled Tiny Wonder, Towering Love. And with scores of 74, 82, and 77, this image will have an overall score of 78. Titled Little Prince in His Carriage. And with scores of 79, 81, and 72, this image will have an overall score of 77. Titled Bumpin' Beauty. And with scores of 90, 99, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 93, placing it in the silver category. Oh, I'm sorry, the gold category. Titled Olivia. And with scores of 74, 79, and 70, this image will have an overall score of 74. Titled Butterfly Kisses. With scores of 87, 83, and 83, this image will have an overall score of 84, placing it in the silver category. Titled Princess for a Day. With scores of 82, 90, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 87, placing it in silver distinction category. Titled Nestled in Love. With scores of 78, 84, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in the silver category. Titled Though She Be But Little. With scores of 92, 97, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 93, placing it in the gold category. Titled Toothy Grin. And with scores of 86, 93, and 84. This image will have an overall score of 88, placing it in the silver distinction category. Titled A Precious Gift. With scores of 86, 94, and 88. This image will have an overall score of 89, placing it in the silver distinction category. Titled Worth Every Shot. With scores of 83, 92, and 88. This image will have an overall score of 88, placing it in silver distinction category. Titled Peace. With scores of 81, 90, and 82, this image will have an overall score of 84, placing it into the silver category. Titled Cradled in Love. And with scores of 79, 79, and 88. This image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Autumn. And with scores of 90, 99, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 93, placing it in the gold category. Titled Natural Beauty. And with scores of 82, 90, and 87, this image will have an overall score of 86, placing it in the silver distinction category. Titled Swaddled in Serenity. And with scores of 74, 79, and 70, this image will have an overall score of 74. Titled Little Smoosh. And with scores of 76, 85, and 78, this image will have an overall score of 80, placing it in the silver category. Titled A Phoenix is Born. And with scores of 81, 90, and 83, this image will have an overall score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category. Titled Big Yawn. With scores of 86, 95, and 92, this image will have an overall score of 91, placing it in the gold category. Titled Between You and Me. And with scores of 74, 79, and 70, this image will have an overall score of 74. Titled The Hands That Guide Me. And with scores of 89, 90, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 90, placing it in the gold category. Titled Blush Reverie. With scores of 79, 87, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 84, placing it in the silver category. Titled Pure Joy. And with scores of 90, 87, and 95, this image will have an overall score of 91, placing it in the gold category. Titled Stepping into the Spotlight. And with scores of 90, 97, and 92, this image will have an overall score of 93, placing it in the gold category. Titled Picking Grandma's Flowers. And with scores of 92, 98, and 93, this image will have an overall score of 94, placing it in the gold category. Titled Unbreakable Brother Bond. And with scores of 94, 99, and 95, this image will have an overall score of 96, placing it in the gold distinction category. Titled Snuggle Bear. And with scores of 79, 82, and 73, this image will have an overall score of 78. Our next image is titled My Peacock. And with scores of 79, 88, and 82, this image will have an overall score of 83, placing it in the silver category. Titled Angel. And with scores of 81, 90, and 81, this image will have an overall score of 84, placing it in the silver category. Titled The Bloom Before the Birth. And with scores of 76, 85, and 78, this image will have an overall score of 80, placing it in the silver category. Titled Little One, Big Love. With scores of 88, 92, and 84, this image will have an overall score of 88, placing it in the silver distinction category. Titled Some Bunnies Watching Me. With scores of 90, 94, and 92, this image will have an overall score of 92, placing it in the gold category. Titled Bundle of Joy. With scores of 87, 96, and 95, this image will have an overall score of 93, placing it in the gold category. Titled Turning To. With scores of 81, 90, and 82, this image will have an overall score of 84, placing it in the silver category. Titled The Journey to You. With scores of 80, 71, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 77. Titled Bright Smile. With scores of 80, 87, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Titled Wrapped in Love. With scores of 74, 77, and 70, this image will have an overall score of 74. Titled One of These is Not Like the Others. With scores of 80, 85, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Titled Pure Perfection. And with scores of 89, 98, and 96, this image will have an overall score of 94, placing it in the gold category. Titled A Best Friend Forever. And with scores of 83, 92, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 88, placing it in the gold distinction category. Titled Baby Present. And with scores of 91, 93, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 91, placing it in the gold category. Titled Curiosity in Motion. And with scores of 91, 92, and 96, this image will have an overall score of 93, placing it in the gold category. Titled Held Beyond Words. And with scores of 74, 77, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 77. And we have paid critique on this image, so we will go to our judges.
You've done a fabulous job with the lighting and the tones in this image. It's very beautiful. You've got that nice butterfly light under both of their nose, which is very pleasing to look at. A couple things I would change to elevate this would be the pose in general. Instead of having that hand with the fingers wrapped around mama's waist, I would have had that poked up through the elbow so that you could hold the baby's feet and maybe give the baby a little bit more of a curl instead of extended like she is. And I would have lifted both of their chins up slightly, and so that you have a more pleasing angle on their face. Also, I would have fixed whatever the bump is on the back of mom's hair there. It looks almost like it was masked or something similar. I don't know if it was the way it was just styled, but it looks like you could easily push that in with liquefy tool or something similar. Otherwise, like I said, your lighting and your tones were chosen really well here. If you changed the pose slightly, you would have elevated this to a different level completely. Congratulations on a great image.
This maker has done a beautiful job with the lighting. I find it's very soft and flattering. And what a great moment to have both mom and baby smiling. We all know how lucky that is. So they did a really great job there. The one thing that's sort of standing out to me as something to kind of work on would be mom's arm and hand placement. We're seeing a lot of forearm and a lot of the back of her hand. And then her, I guess it's mom's left arm, the arm that's sort of underneath. It's sort of like she's hugging herself instead of hugging the baby. So it feels a little bit awkward for me. Also, another option, if you were going to change hand placement, would be to either get up a little bit higher and photograph this more looking sort of down on them. So then we see just sort of the side of mom's arm instead of like full flat forearm like that. If you wanted to work on the arms, getting that underneath arm holding the baby's bum, so over top of the other arm. So they're sort of in an X pattern, I guess. They're sort of crisscrossed across each other. That can help as well. And even moving the baby a little bit higher up onto mom's shoulder so that mom doesn't have to strain her neck quite so much. We can see some of her like neck tendons there, which is not the end of the world, but just something that could be worked on for improvement in the future.
Titled Little Doll. And with scores of 80 across the board, this image will have an overall score of 80 and be placed in the silver category. Titled Newborn in Purple. With scores of 74, 75, and 77, this image will have an overall score of 75. Titled Heartful. And with scores of 89, 98, and 96, this image will have an overall score of 94, placing it in the gold category. Titled Lavender Lashes. And with scores of 91, 98, and 93, this image will have an overall score of 94, placing it in the gold category. Titled Color of Expectation. And with scores of 79, 77, and 82, this image will have an overall score of 79. Titled Oh to Be a Child. With scores of 85, 85, and 94, this image will have an overall score of 88, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled Proud Air Force Baby. And with scores of 81, 81, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 84, placing it in the silver category. Titled Flower Power. And with scores of 88, 97, and 88, this image will have an overall score of 91, placing it in the gold category. Titled Precious Curiosity. And with scores of 88, 97, and 92, this image will have an overall score of 92, placing it in the gold category. Titled Miracle in Bloom. And with scores of 90, 94, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 91, placing it in the gold category. Titled Blue Hush. And with scores of 74, 75, and 70, this image will have an overall score of 73. Titled Peacock Dreams. And with scores of 74, 75, and 70, this image will have an overall score of 73. Titled Bonded Souls. And with scores of 86, 85, and 93, this image will have an overall score of 88, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled Wrapped in Wonder.
This maker has done a really, really great job wrapping this baby. It's round, it's perfect. The lines of the wrap are beautiful and provide us with a little bit of texture. I love how the hands are placed where we can see the fingers and the hand a little bit, but they're not sticking out straight towards the camera. They're sideways, which was great. My only recommendation with this would be to wrap the baby in a color that coordinates with the flocati and the headband, because those two coordinate really, really nicely. So I find my eye is pulled to the peach wrap, which is very pretty. But that's also very much personal taste. I am very monochromatic because I find that it draws the person who's looking at the image immediately to the face instead of the wrap. But it's a beautiful image and they did a great job.
This image is precious. I love that you chose a white flocati and complemented it with the white bubble bead headband. That's super sweet. And the peachy wrap matches really nice as well. A couple things I would do to elevate this is your light direction is really nice, but it's lacking contrast. I would either up the contrast in post-production or move your light closer so you get a bit of a deeper shadow on that shadow side of the face. The other thing I would do would be bring that top hand back under the chin just slightly, so you're not getting so much of the back of the hand in your photo and you're getting more of the fingers on both hands visible. You also have some redness happening in the hand, so I would correct that. Otherwise, your pose is lovely, your light direction is lovely, and you chose a great combination of colors as well as the headband. So congratulations on a wonderful image.
Titled Puddle Jumpers. With scores of 85, 94, and 96, this image has an overall score of 92, placing it in the gold category. Our next image is titled What's Going On? And with scores of 82, 89, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 84 and will be in the silver category. Titled Snug as a Bug. And with scores of 86, 89, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category. Titled Sheer Beauty. With scores of 85, 90, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 87, placing it in the gold distinction category. Titled When Peace Finally Came. And with scores of 82, 87, and 82, this image will have an overall score of 84, placing it in the silver category. Titled Home is Here. And with scores of 85, 87, and 94, this image will have an overall score of 89, placing it in the silver distinction category. Titled First Sight. And with scores of 86, 95, and 95, this image will have an overall score of 92, placing it in the gold category. Titled In Her Essence. With scores of 86, 95, and 94, this image will have an overall score of 92, placing it in the gold category. Titled Baby in Serenity. And with scores of 74, 75, and 70, this image will have an overall score of 73. Titled Wrapped in Midnight Peace. And with scores of 79, 77, and 74, this image has an overall score of 77. Titled Already Loving You. With scores of 74, 78, and 78, this image will have an overall score of 77. And we do have paid critique, so we will hear from our judges.
This is such an adorable image. Your pose is lovely, but there's some things that you could tweak to make this image elevate a little bit better. Where your image is so backlit, you're losing light in the eyes of the child. So I would have used a reflector or something similar, a white towel or a blanket or what have you, to bounce a little bit of light back into his eyes. I would have also brought his face forward just slightly so that it's almost resting atop the belly button, so that that side of his face actually isn't in shade from the curvature of the belly. I would have pulled him a little bit closer as well, so that backhand and mama's hand holding on to him in the background there isn't visible, so you have more of a connection. I probably would have had him put his little hand on top of mama's belly as well, and maybe have her hand on top of his there too. Otherwise, your image is off to a great start here, and I can see ways that you can improve it to just elevate it to the next level. Congratulations on a great image.
It looks like this was shot at probably a really nice time of day. I can see some of the lights filling in the background. I'm finding this little boy, I think it's a little boy, his face is a little shadowed, so I would maybe add some light. I know that these shots with toddlers are so quick that you're lucky to sometimes get anything. So I think this maker did a really good job catching a really sweet moment. Some things to maybe try for next time would be to mom's hand that's holding his hand, if she's able to just sort of loosen her grip so it doesn't look like she's sort of grasping onto his hand too tightly. Also, she can bend that knee that's closest to the camera to provide a little bit more shape as well. Yeah, just brightening him up and maybe even slightly warming up the image. I feel like the little boy's hair looks a little green. That's just on my screen though.
Titled Harvest of Love. And with scores of 84, 93, and 88, this image will have an overall score of 88, placing it in the silver distinction category. And we have paid critique, so we will hear from our judges.
I love the soft lighting here, the soft shadows on baby's face. The fingers are just sort of, there's just enough hands and fingers for us to see, but it's not overpowering. The color harmony between the flocati and the wrap is beautiful. It really allows the baby's face in the image to be one of the first things we're looking at. I think it's really cute that he's holding this tiny little pumpkin. That's such a cute idea. So well done to that maker. Yeah, I think this is great. The wrap is nice. There's not a whole lot that I would suggest to do here differently. So great job.
Congratulations on an absolutely lovely image. This image is perfect. Your lighting direction is really beautiful. You have beautiful tones between the flocati and the baby's wrap, and even with his dark hair, he's perfectly holding the pumpkin. I can't see anything in this image that I would improve to make it elevated even higher, other than maybe adjusting the contrast slightly and bumping up your shadows a little bit on the shadow side of the face to give a little bit more dimension. But otherwise, you've completely nailed this image. Great job.
Titled Tiny Teddies. With scores of 84, 80, and 83, this image has an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Elegance Unveiled. With scores of 86, 92, and 88, this image will have an overall score of 89, placing it in the gold distinction category. Our next image is titled Dreamy. And with scores of 74, 70, and 77, this image will have an overall score of 74. Titled The Rainbow Babies. And with scores of 83, 85, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 86, placing it in the silver distinction category. Titled Born of Stardust. With scores of 79, 79, and 70, this image will have an overall score of 76. Titled Ethereal Grace. And with scores of 84, 86, and 77, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Titled Blooming in a Bucket. And with scores of 86, 93, and 92, this image will have an overall score of 90, placing it in the gold category. Titled Snuggle and Smirk. And with scores of 80, 80, and 77, this image will have an overall score of 79. We do have paid critique, so we will go to our judges.
This is not always an easy pose to do on babies. So this maker did a really great job of stacking the hands on top of the hands instead of the wrists or the forearms. So that was beautifully done. The fingers are straight, wonderful. Baby's face is pointing pretty much straight towards us, which is great. You can see the outfit, you can see the hat. There's a lot of great things going on with this image. So this pose, in my opinion, was done very, very well. I love that the baby has like a little smile. The only thing I'm struggling with a little bit is trying to figure out where the light is coming from. I'm not sure if it's coming from the right side, in which case we have uplit the baby. The baby doesn't look uplit. I don't know. I'm having a hard time telling. Maybe it's coming from above. I'm not sure. Just make sure that wherever the light is coming from, the top of the baby's head is pointed in that direction. There are a few highlights on the nose and just under the eyes and the top of the cheeks that could be dialed down a little bit, but overall, I think this is a great image.
What an absolutely adorable image. Your outfit that you've chosen is so cute, and the tones in the background are lovely. There's a couple things that could elevate your image to the next level. When you're editing your backgrounds, there is some banding going on in this image, meaning the differentiation in the pixels in the background creates a pattern in your background that is quite noticeable in viewing and even more so in printing. You can correct that by adding noise into your background, and it kind of blurs the pixels together a bit more. I would have also toned down the highlight on his cheek underneath his little eye there, and probably on his nose slightly as well. Your lighting direction is lovely, however. You've got some red in his fingers as well that I would probably tone down. And maybe I would even shoot this at just a slightly lower angle so that his face is more prominent than his back end. Otherwise, I think you've done an excellent job on this image, and congratulations on a great image.
Titled Feeding Time. And with scores of 93, 90, and 95, this image will have an overall score of 93, placing it in the gold category. Titled Dreams of a Little Rider. And with scores of 74, 75, and 70, this image will have an overall score of 73. titled Handfuls of Love. And with scores of 72, 75, and 70, this image will have an overall score of 72. Titled Long Awaited, Deeply Loved. And with scores of 88, 80, and 86, this image will have an overall score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category. And we do have paid critique, so we will go to our judges.
The connection in this image is just lovely. I love that you photographed baby on black background, and yet you still have detail in his hair, which is absolutely precious. The only things I would change to elevate this image is just a couple slight tweaks. I would have lifted his little head so that his hand was under his cheek just slightly more to give him more of an elevated look. And I would have actually brightened his face a little bit more and then toned down his body slightly so that his face is the brightest thing in the picture. And then I would have probably just been a little more nitpicky and removed the blotchiness around his back end, and as well as the red marks, I assume, on mom's hand there. Other than that, your image is beautiful, your lighting direction is lovely, and you've done a fabulous job. So congratulations on a great image.
I really love the concept of what this maker did here. It's absolutely beautiful. There are a few tweaks that I think, personally, I think could make this image really have a good impact. I find the angle of the shot a little odd. I feel like we're kind of looking down on baby. I think I maybe would have preferred looking a little bit more straight on with baby and having the hands be visible, but maybe slightly more in the background. I think by coming down and shooting a little bit more straight on towards baby, or even angling a little bit more to the head side, we would avoid that, that back arm looking like a bit of a chicken wing. Also, it seems to be that there's a little bit more light on the baby's body than the face. So sometimes putting just a little bit of, I just use like loose fluff underneath your blankets on top of the bean, or whatever posing tool that you're using, to pop that cheek. So put it right by the cheekbone. So to pop it up a little bit would hopefully provide a little bit more light on the baby's face. You can also add a little bit in post as well. But overall, I think this is a beautifully done image, and I bet the parents are super in love with it, and great job. I actually also like that it's done on black, because I think it really makes it simple and makes everything pop out really well.
Our next image is titled Serenity. And with scores of 92, 90, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 91, placing it in the gold category. Titled Pristine. And with scores of 76, 85, and 82, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Pretty in Pink. And with scores of 98, 99, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 96, placing it in the gold distinction category. Congratulations to this maker. Titled Couple Goals. And with scores of 91, 100, and 91, this image will have an overall score of 94, placing it in the gold category. Congratulations to this maker. Titled Mystique of Motherhood. And with scores of 88, 95, and 96, this image will have an overall score of 93, placing it in the gold category. Titled The Rawness of Life. And with scores of 79, 87, and 83, this image will have an overall score of 83, placing it in the silver category. Titled Movin' Into One. And with scores of 79, 80, and 78, this image will have an overall score of 79. Titled Life in Bloom. And with scores of 74, 80, and 79, this image has an overall score of 78. Titled Kingdom of Dreams. And with scores of 80, 82, and 71, this image will have an overall score of 78. Titled Ethereal. And with scores of 95, 100, and 95, this image will have an overall score of 97, placing it in the gold distinction category. Congratulations to this maker. Titled Golden Glow. And with scores of 94, 90, and 92, this image will have an overall score of 92, placing it in the gold category. Titled Always Have You. With scores of 84, 80, and 82, this image will have an overall average of 82, placing it in the silver category. Titled Soulful Nest. And with scores of 88, 85, and 83, this image will have an overall score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category. Titled Parenthood in Perfect Balance. And with scores of 80, 85, and 83, this image will have an overall score of 83.
You're a photographer, so you're also a marketer, an accountant, and a salesperson. You're a designer, a web developer, and social media manager, a shopper, a shipper, and a customer support department. You're also a husband, a wife, a mom, a dad, which makes you about a million other things. But don't worry, you've got this. With ShootProof, you can send your clients their digital contract, create an invoice for them to pay, take your beautiful photos, upload them to ShootProof from Lightroom or from your desktop while you eat dinner. Rest assured, your marketing is handled with automated emails to your clients. They ooh, they ah, they cry a little. They favorite hundreds of images and purchase digitals as well as prints and canvases filled automatically by your favorite lab. You send your clients a mobile app as a thank you, and they share it with all of their friends. Wake up tomorrow, and your day is already a little brighter. It's time to focus on what matters most, and let ShootProof do the rest.